Good morning, turtles. That went a little early. Oops. And it switched back to here anyway. I'm gonna try. We're just gonna chat for a moment because I got to get the YouTube thing set up still. I got the camera on, the lights on, stream's going. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Coda fan. Good morning, all the other turtles. How are you? I've got a couple buttons that I gotta press for the YouTube stuffs. So let me get that going first. Yeah, how's everyone doing? I'm tired. It is 3:07 a.m., which is a little later than I really want to get rolling, but some mornings are like that. Let's pull this over here. This is supposed to be more like that. Yeah, 3:07 a.m. Where was I going with that 3:07 a.m.? We're saving this document, then we're going backwards. Yeah, basically my morning starts off with rolling out of bed, doing the thing most people need to do when they roll out of bed, reducing the water and pressing the start stream button. As soon as I press start stream button, it's basically go get water, set up the camera, get the lights on, go brush teeth, and get over here. Usually I try getting the YouTube stuff written because I don't mind the dual streaming thing, but starting a stream on YouTube is actually a bit more challenging. I got to go update the description. I've got to go copy a couple license codes in, otherwise we got pinged with copyrights. And I'm not going to say that that takes a lot of time. I've also got to put the I think it's doing better when I put the thumbnail in, and I also need to put the playlist. Like, all these things add up. Whereas on Twitch, it's just like press button, go. It's all done. Ismo, I am finally the first day well rested. Finally at the first of the day, well rested. Nice. This is a short notice, but next week we're going back to 6 a.m. Next week we're going back to 6 a.m. I might try another schedule either late February, March, possibly even a little later. There's some things that have happened and that might play into those decisions, but okay, so YouTube's now set up. I gotta get to YouTube chat. So that's gonna be this button here. Okay, now we're on YouTube chat. Now we've got all of that. Good morning. I hope you guys are having a good morning. I did not get myself hot chocolate this morning. I woke up late today. Didn't get up until 6 a.m. I had a bit of panic yesterday. I can tell you, a significant amount of panic. Very stressed yesterday. Today is going to be a short stream because of that stress, and my accountant is going to come through and save my butt. Thank you, accountant. However, that does require that I am going to have to end my stream early. I got to probably drive my car in the snow. A couple other things. Dan, you gotta use the poop emoji or something. My routine is pretty much the same. Out of bed, bathroom, go to desk, and check for urgent poop. Make coffee. Yep. I'm guessing there's a meme with that going around, because there's more than one person that has come up with that exact saying with it. I'm probably out of the loop of memes. I'm always out of the loop of memes. We are going to be looking for the today notes. That's what we're going to do. Let's go jump over to here. I don't know how you guys feel about this whole full face thing. I'm giving it a shot, seeing what it's like. Yeah. PG Dan. I actually do like the PG sign. Maybe not with the smile, but I guess the smile is also not as is not as happy of a smile as I first anticipated. Maybe it's more of a we're okay, but keep a PG smile. I don't know how to describe what I'm going for. You might have seen from the title that we're going to be writing today. Some of that writing is going to be C++. Some of that writing is going to be technical articles. This is the 31st of the first month of the year. This is the last of the first month. Somebody posted on Reddit Game Dev, has anybody been paid this month? So my post was, this month? I haven't even paid this year. Ah, it was hilarious. Never thought of that word as non-PG, but that might be because I use it a lot. A lot worse words, yeah. And it actually kind of got some upvotes for that particular thread. But what's hilarious is somebody comes in and says it's the first month of the year. And I had to go explain that's what makes the joke funny. That's the point. Qualifying finished for the day. Dan was 16 points. TS Joss was 6. Kodafan 4. And Gavin with 2. If anybody wants, there's an extra point up for third right now. Although really, that extra point for third should end. It should not go on. So we're going to fix that. Fix third or fix qualifying points after championship is announced. Although, really, if you're the first person to press that button and it's been 17 minutes in the stream, is it really the end of the world? The other thing we want to do is Turtlebot to Twitch events needs to handle timeout messages. How's it going, Sasamara? Timeout / keep alive messages. We need to keep that connection alive. I've noticed that it disconnects and reconnects the WebSocket thing. I don't think we ever did that part of this. I think we just jumped forward. And I also think that's why the other day people played the first place trophy and didn't get it by the bot. So we're going to try looking into that. And the other programming task that I want to do, which will hopefully be okay and easy, is Mac OS hot reloading support in TurtleBrains with TurtleBrains. I'm hoping that all of that is not that long. That's going to be our coding tasks. Then I'm going to jump over to this is going to have to stay for a later. Yeah, I knew I did that wrong. And then assuming there's time, writing on the prefab system, Notice stream end at 7:30. I know that's a short day. May do a second stream. May go racing, practice driving. Haven't been racing much. I don't know why. Feel like I've been busy, and yet I don't think so too. I do know that I have more time than I've put in here. Like, we have a couple hours that we should put in here. At least a couple hours. I'd say 2.5 minimum for tire bites. Wait, we didn't have another one for this on, okay, plus taxes. Some of that was Turbo Bloom onboarding. Much of it was Turbo Bloom onboarding. Dealing with taxes. And a solid moment. A panic. Not done yet, but business management. Normal, very low for stress. Happiness was fine, but very stressed. Oh. Yeah, that's actually interesting. Maybe that's my problem, is trying to measure it as happiness. Happiness is whatever, but that particular session got very, very stressful. Okay, and today I have committed this. Yes, you have the objectives of the day. We're just getting started and warmed up. I think this macOS thing is the most important thing. So I think we're going to jump to that and then work our way up. And then probably jump over to the prefab writing. I haven't written anything on that since the other day, and I'd like to get an article finished this week. Doesn't appear we're even going to get the prefab system stuff done by the end of January, which it's starting to get to like, that stuff happened 4 months ago. Although I will say it's probably one of the more technical writing assignments that I've tackled. So the first thing we're going to try doing is macOS hot reloading. So we need basically a pound outs here. We need to implement this on non-Windows. Get file time. The C++ 17 file system stuff have file time. C++ 17 file system. Let's see if we get this. Anything in here with, excuse me, file type, directory, options, perms, file time type. Now that's something. Last write time. Now there we go. We might be able to write this in C++17 now. And that sounds like the thing to do. Last write time. Example.bin. Oh, you're adding right. Temp directory path. Move the write time 1 hour into the future? What? Okay, you can read it from there. I don't care about writing it. We care about reading it. That's all I cared about. So we should be able to do something more like this, where we go pound include file system. That just happened. Okay, got rid of all my other bookmarks. That's what happened. We need to get the time. And to do that, you need a P, and a P is the path. Okay. So F time. What is F time? They're not showing me what F time is. File system time. Okay, standard file system time. We need one of those. File time type. Last write time equals file system. Last write time. File editor first. Last write time. Awesome. Now, ultimately, we just need to be able to compare this, but we've got a last modified time that we need to convert this into. Which means we somehow need to get the year, day, month, and time from that last write time. Oh, let's just see. This is probably a bad idea, but I'm going to try it and see where we go. How do I break last write time into year, month, day, and time from. If you're going to convert it into a system clock, why did you jump into C++ 20? But time point cast, system clock duration, last write time minus file system. What are you writing here? I don't think there's a file system clock. File time type. There is actually. Can we explain to me why we want it? I want to go. Why do you want to do this? I understand this is going to get it as a duration. How far in the past it's been from right now. Subtract now and you have, what are you doing? Two time t. I got a 2 UTC. Huh. You don't have a 2 times c here. Why would we subtract and add this time? Why does this happen? So last write time, let's say it was 5 minutes ago. Minus right now, that's a negative 5 minutes. Negative 5 minutes plus now on the system clock. Remains minus 5 minutes from now. But now in the system clock, in case those two differed. Somehow. That's what that's doing, right? I suppose that all works. I mean, I guess it makes enough sense for me, but feels weird. What is a time point cast? Is there actually a time point cast? We probably need chrono included. We're going to be playing with time. Does not know what a time point cast is yet. Let's ignore that. You need standard chrono. Time point, there you go. Yeah, we haven't got that far yet. Standard chrono now. And you're going to wind up being a standard chrono duration. It's not a duration. What are you returning back then? It's not a duration. Must be a time point. System write time. Okay. There we go. We convert it. I understand that bit now. A little odd, but it gets the job done, I believe. And then we want to get it as a time t. Convert to a local time. Local time underscore S, local time underscore R. What the hell is that? Good morning, Stinklewinks. Local time is going to return that. Local time S is for Windows. Standard time mark. I don't have any idea what a TM is, but local write time. So we're going to give this. This wants the address of this. I don't know why we're doing all of this stuff, but if it works, it works. And if it works on Windows with this, it should just work on Mac OS, I would assume. And it will also be better than having this if-def thing. So let's try it, because we got C++ 17 now, and what I think we need to do is get this into year, month, day, time. Ideally, we wouldn't even... I mean, we could just hold these little last write times, and then if it's greater than last time, like, that would simplify it. Last modified time in the directory watcher. This is an implementation detail. We could change it. We could simplify this code. And it's usually a good thing to do. Because I do not think we care what year, month, day, or anything it all happened. We can just use a... like, maybe convert it to an epoch time and the end. But all we need to know is it newer? Do we have a newer time right now? This is going to be an unordered map now. Let's think about that. So if we go with a... I'm just going to sketch this out a little bit. Unordered map. Let's say we have an unordered map. New watched files. And in here... excuse me. We have a file system. So we're gonna need the file system in here. Really didn't want to bring that in here too, but we seem to need it so that we can get a file time type. and hold it in there. And then we have new watch files is empty. New watch files is empty. Add watched file. Find file, find handle, find first file. File path, find data. Close the find handle. File time to system time. Okay, whatever. All of that. So what we would wind up doing here is go new watched files sub file path equals, what do we call in here? We want standard file system last write time. File path. The end. That would be now watching file right there. Boom. So that simplifies this, because this would all just go away. A little bit of code destruction. That'd be good. Okay, so far so good. Down here, we'd basically do the same. Check for modified. We'd get that last write time. And we would need to compare it to... Okay, hold on. We would want to do it this way. Standard unordered map. TB core, TB string. This isn't a last... Huh. We're not supposed to use type defs anymore. We're supposed to be using. Always feels a little backwards when you write it to me. Using. Watch table. Watched file table. Wow, there's gonna be a better word for this. It's definitely gonna have table on it for me, but table of watched files, there you go, equals this. Then we can simplify this by just going kaboop. These are new watched files begin, new watched files dot end. Wow, we really messed all this up. You do realize this is old. This is really old code. How's it going, Code Alarm? Welcome, welcome. Good morning. This can look something more along the lines of watch file table, iterator, file iterator in mnew watched files. Just go through all of them. You do give me an iterator, do you not? What are you giving me? The pair? Yeah, you give me the key pair. Okay, so we'll go with an auto by reference. Do you update things in here? You do. So auto by reference File time pair. This is going to be file time pair dot first. And then if handle is valid. Yeah, right there. This is what we're looking for. If the last write time is newer than file time pair dot second. I don't know if that's greater than. It might be greater than. It's got. I'd imagine it's greater than. That's what I imagine. Then file time pair dot second equals last write time. And we push back a modified file. Boom. That should replace all of this. Okay. And we do our initial check. What the hell is initial check? We're giving a directory path. Plus a file extension. So we're watching all the files of an extension. Now that's going to be a little different. Oh, I see. It's an implementation, but what is it an implementation of? The whole thing's an implementation. Okay. Who uses them where? Is it a core implementation? It's not a core implementation, so it must be a system implementation, I would imagine. Yep, that's a system implementation. Good. Because that means we get to use system in here. So thinking about deleting this, we just got to do the initial check. And that initial check, I believe, can handle, we go pound include turtle brains, system utils. Then we should be able to go TV system, get contents of directory. Directory path. Directory contents. We've definitely done this somewhere. Trying to think of where, because it would be easier just to copy pasta it and not think too hard, but we could also put some thinking into this. Good morning, turtles. How you doing? What are you all working on today? Let's buckle up and get stuff done. Whew. Shaky. Get a standard vector going over here. Standard vector of directory contents. Okay. TB core, TB strings. Directory contents. And then I'm going to have to say, is this a directory? So then we basically made it down to here. Now we go for const TB core, TB string by reference, file or directory in directory contents. If TB system is directory, file or directory, if that's true, then we go if recurse deeper and dot does not equal file or directory and dot dot does not equal file or directory. Is that slash actually important? I don't know if it's important anymore. Yes, it would be important. Because if it didn't come in with this, we would then squish everything together. I don't know why we don't just add the slash directly in there and with one call, but I'm going to do that this way. Directory path plus, oh, we get just the directory name. Ah, shoot. We can't do file or directory because that's our whole path to it. Is directory. TB system. Is this just the directory name? Last slash. Path normal slashes. Find last of. If you didn't find one, we return nothing. Oh, this is... No, this is the whole... Crap. Um... This feels like it would be useful to have, so yeah. I also feel like it would be called git directory. Do 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 do. Okay, so we're gonna have a tb core, tb string, directory name equals file or directory substring from 0 to file or directory find last of a /. Directory name equals directory name dot subster from directory name find last of again a /. First line today we are trying to get the directory watcher, which is part of the hot reload system, to hot reload on Mac OS and also other systems. We're doing this using C++ 17 file system stuff, instead of, well, trying to write this for the other operating systems. The first line removes /example files text, example file.txt from this is a path wanted directory example file.txt. The second line, I believe that's what's going to happen there anyway. All right, you're going to go from subster equals from 0 to the find last of. Do we need to subtract one? I can never remember that. We'll look at what we get and maybe we need to subtract one. In the second line, we'll remove This is a path from it, leaving just wanted directory. Woof. Yep. Woof. At least this is the theory that I've got going on with me. So this is no longer directory. We need directory name here. Directory name. Okay. Initial check equals this plus directory name plus slash. I mean, recurse deeper would obviously be true at that point, so we could just go with true. But anyway, there you go. That would then recurse deeper. That gets us that thing. Now, if you are a file, we gotta check your extension. I believe we have a TB system file extension. Our path to file is file or directory. If substir file path dot size minus file extension equals what happens when your file path is shorter than the file extension? Pretty sure that goes kaboom here. I think we just want to go if get extension equals this. Returns the dot text. Or an empty string if there was no dot in the name. So the thing I don't know now is when we supply these initial things, do we leave it with a dot? Not documented. So that's cool. What is there? What if there is a dot in a directory? I see. There are directories named dot and dot dot. We handled all the directory case. Okay, get path slash tim.beaudet. Well, tim.beaudet is now a file. It wouldn't be a directory. It could be a folder. Well, if it is a folder, it would be caught right here. So we're already up. It's already in here. Already handled. Get file extension. So we know that it's a file and it has the extension, so we do the add watched file. You're doing file path. Plus the file name. We don't need to do that because you already have the file name in file or directory. The actual question I have is file or directory, is that added to this already? Or do we have to add our original to it? That's something I don't know. When we get the content of directory, do you have any... Oh, Sag. I thought that was on all of them already. And when you open the box and it shows that, oh, you have more work to do than you originally thought. What? Is this the way forward? I thought all the system stuff was actually complete. This one's definitely incomplete here, sir. I kind of thought we already did this in C++ 17. Back when we were playing with the Pathfinder. Back when we were playing Track Builder. Interesting. Well, that's going to need to get rewritten to support this. So what file was that? Get content of directory. Note. Contents of directory. We'll also need a rewrite to C++ 17 to support Mac OS Linux. Is only working on Windows as of this moment. Let's just keep sketching this out. We then add the watched file. Which I believe is going to be file or directory. For Turtlebrain's system. Ensure this is a path to file name and not just file name, etc. Okay. So we added that. This does the while loop, which does our for loop. We don't need to do that. Boom. So this code has then been replaced with that, and that should, in theory, work on all systems. If this function worked on all systems, it doesn't. Check for modified files. So this code replaces all of this. Like that. This line replaces all of this. Really like that. So the only thing we need to do in this little sketch of ours is fix you. Can you write this function? Using C++17 file system to get the contents. What do we come up with? We clear the contents. Probably a decent thing to do. But I'm going to allow that to be however the user wants. If they want to clear it first, they can. File system directory path. I don't know why you did all of this, but I mean, your file system stuff just works with standard strings, so I don't know why you need this whole thing. Just use the standard string. Anyway, who cares? If file it does not exist, it's not a directory. I would say that this is the does not exist. And I don't technically check if it's not a directory or not. I would say those are good things to check. So if we already have a, oh wait, does directory exist? This also checks if it's a directory. And if we change that into C++17 someday, that's fine, but all we care about right now is does it exist and such. So path to directory. That will answer both of those questions for us. If it is false, we simply return. Check. Otherwise, we go through a directory iterator. Convert the path back. So then all we need to do is go for, I'd like to know more about what this is. Const, we're going to type the word auto for the moment. Oh, I'll go with entry, sure. Entry isn't a bad name. Standard file system directory iterator for our path to directory. Can you tell me what you give me back? Standard file system directory. You know, you're not going to tell me what you give me back. You're just going to tell me. Huh? Oh, you are the directory iterator. How do you know how to do the begin end thingy already then? That feels weird. Wouldn't that be a range? Okay. And then we're going to go with contents dot pushback entry. What's your problem? Standard string. I see. Path is file system path. Okay. Well then. Now we've got them implemented. Assuming it does the same stuff. It definitely simplified a lot of code. I think I'm all for this change. I think it's a pretty big change to, what sort of baiting message are you trying to write here? How about you? I'm not even complaining. Yeah, I think this is going to be better. It's just, and now we gotta go double check that all of the stuff is what we're expecting. So we should be able to get rid of these things. I'm gonna do that. That's gonna tell us we were getting rid of this anyway. We were getting rid of this anyway. If the file is already being watched. Well, that's a good thing to double check. So let's probably double check this. If contains file path return. File path is already being watched. This could possibly shortcut if file path is empty. ICE Mesh Manager may be calling this with an empty file path, as perhaps others might as well. Might as well copy this down here, just so it doesn't accidentally get removed. Because we can remove this, we can remove this if it all works. Remove all that if it works. You can remove all this if it works, and that. Good chunk of our code here. Okay, and there we are. Nope, not yet. Now we're there. Dot dot. Do you want to what? We don't have a pre-build. Build tools pre-makes. Oh, we're rebuilding ice now because we modified that. Be right back with some music going in here. Okay, so in theory, if this works on Windows, it should just work on Mac OS. Should. Being biggest. Can you just get in there already? I got 3 hours left, turtles. Then I gotta go do some taxes. At least gotta drop them off. I've come to understand that they should open at 8:30. And I want to be there basically when they open. I can't even. I don't understand why you can't just go to the IRS site and be like, I want a 1099. And then you fill out the 1099 and send it to whoever you need to send it to. Why is that not a thing? Why do you have to get a special version of it from somewhere else? Like, it's just a document you need to fill out. Instead, on the IRS site, all the 1099s that I was able to find are informational only, not to be sent. Good. Do we have hot reloading? No, we crash instantaneously. That's really not good. Should probably not crash. Raised exception. Directory watcher. File path is empty. Huh. You worked with an empty file. File path is already being watched. Let's go with true equals TV system. Does file exist? If false equals that, go away. Don't watch files that don't exist. Okay. Now let's go try changing our color of particles. Thank you, thank you. I really like it too. It's a good one. Where is my particle shader? Should probably have done that before getting the music going. Where's the particle shader? There we go. Let's do this right here. Final frag color equals vec 3 1 0 1. We're gonna do magenta. Looks like it reloaded. Yes, it did. Woot woot. Look at that, hot reloading. Hot reloading working on Windows anyway. I'm gonna jump over to cyan. There you go. They jump over to cyan. Perfect. That should, in theory, just work on Mac OS. You want to go double check it works on Mac OS, or should I just like trust it? Okay. Let's go make a build on Mac OS and see if we can make that happen. I think we can also probably delete all the Windows specific code. We clearly saw that the feature still worked. So we can get rid of all this. Boy, we deleted a lot. That's awesome. Yep, that's awesome. Okay, so we have done this already. And it just worked on Windows. Were you satisfied with the performance of debugging? Sometimes. If you gave me a sometimes answer, sure. That particular moment was fine, but... oh. Man. When C++ comes and saves the day by adding features like file system, simplifies the code. Yes. It's good stuff. Okay, so we should have get status, nothing in here. Check. CD-back turtle brains. We should have a couple things in here. A couple? Holy crap, what did we touch? We didn't do anything in game scene. What did we do in game scene? File utilities. We just added an is good. Oh, there's a lot. That's why we were doing transitional scenes. Let's not do any transition scene stuff yet. Do not this whole file. Do not this whole file. Nothing in this file. This file we need. So this file is now including our system utils, file system, and chrono. We got rid of the watched. We should probably rename that back though. We don't need to call it new watched files. That's a little weird of a name. Rename it watched files. And we can go ahead and delete this stuff now. TB core, TB string. Standard string. TB core, TB string. Okay, none more. Get a patch again. Do not this file. Do not that file. Nope. Or that one. Now, we included the system utils and the file. We ripped out a bunch of stuff. We had a couple little things here and there and ripped out a bunch of stuff. This makes it really hard to read this, I can tell you. Yeah, that stuff all goes up. This stuff also all goes up. This is our HPP. Couple includes. We can get rid of the include of map now, because we're now using the unordered map instead. This is the system utils where we actually implement the get contents of directory. We removed a line there, fine. Okay. I want to come to this header, remove the map. We do still need the vector. We need the unordered map and the file system for this silly time. Kind of wish we didn't need that, but it's necessary for that time. Technically, this could kind of be inside implementation details, but I mean, it already is an implementation detail. Get add batch source TurtleBrains system. Get commit message is updated directory watcher to use C++ 17 file system. Okay, the other thing I want to do while we're here, since we just touched this code, we're moving away from these TurtleBrains implementation and be more specific. This is an implementation of TurtleBrains system implementation. That's where that lives, right? Directory watcher is pretty certain we already said this right there. So TurtleBrains system TBI directory watcher. So that's going to change a few of these. Shouldn't be all that bad to do, though. And it probably does break one or two things out and about. Also, speaking of things, we don't do this anymore. The new way of doing this is debug log. This is an info. TBI log info. Now watching file. Because that's a little bit easier to read and write. Okay, this file just got a pretty good makeover. Now, somewhere we're using those. We no longer... Yeah, see. You need to go with TurtleBrains TV system implementation. But how do you not have a TV system in here? Oh. I have to do that even in those files then? Namespace TB system equals TurtleBrains system. You know what? No, I'm not going to do that. It's an implementation detail, and honestly, this should already be a TurtleBrains. Like, this should be in TurtleBrains, and then we would be able to get rid of the other one. That's part of the reason why the namespacing is actually good. And why typing it out is actually good. Because you could tell where... Very clear distinctions of when you're crossing boundaries. The problem is we got a bunch of old cruft that's slowly implementing into this direction. TurtleBrains system implementation. Okay, these are always bigger than I anticipate. TurtleBrains system implementation. Turbine system implementation. We got the cutscene editor, like all of these files. How many more files do we get in here? The materials, we have the shaders. Turbine system implementation. This is an API break for the internals, which is also probably going to be a break for our track builder. Particle manager, we already did this one. Oh, this is ice. Oh, there's, right. Turtle brain system. Bang. Bang. We're building now. Okay, so we need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 or so files beyond the system. That one. That one. Not this one. This file shouldn't have anything like that in here. Same with this file. Shouldn't have anything like that in here. Does have runtime reloading though, so that's interesting to find, and that's why I went through it line by line like this. Just in case. I think we're beyond where it would have happened. Do not. This is a do not. Game scene doesn't have anything like this. That one is. That one is. That one is. And now we're in. Everything in this file goes up. Everything in this file goes up. Git commit message. Move directory watcher into system implementation. Git push. Okay. Back over to ice. Git add patch. Git commit. Turbobrain's directory watcher into system implementation. Git push. Hurry up. CD to track builder. Git push. Turbo Boom doesn't use that. Oh, I never did this for git commit. Tell engine shader, engine, tell ice. Use data shaders for hot reloading support. And dev. Okay. Ow. Oh my goodness. So now we gotta go update all of that stuff on macOS. Now, wallet blend. It might. Exactly. So now it's all up. Does it work on macOS? Is our big question at the moment. I don't want to play with macOS. I really don't. But VS Code. There's a Terminal Boom on Stingray, which is our Mac. Are you going to be able to connect to this, or do I need to go manually wake it up? Oh, you woke it up? I did something in here. Maybe you didn't wake up? Are you in the process of waking up? Yes, you are. Good. Awesome. I didn't have to stand up. I was wondering there for a moment. It just took a while to think. Good morning, Mac. How are you? Get pull rebase preserve. That's the right branch here. CD to Turtle Brains. Get pull rebase preserve here. CD to ice. Get pull rebase for here. CD track builder. Get pull rebase here. How do we make these builds? Am I able to just go with the Turbo Boom build? I think I am. CD into build. Make project. macOS development. And now we wait. Tempting to use Cross Mac? What the hell are you trying to use Cross Mac for? You're on the Mac. Are you high? What? How did you fall into here? You are not on the Linux platform. You should have skipped the Linux check and jumped down to here. You're on Stingray. What? Supposedly 72 over here, but I can tell you it's actually kind of chilly for a 72. I mean, one could put pants on, but then I wouldn't be a real streamer, right? We have 3 hours. I want to make this work. And you didn't build right. Why wouldn't you build right? It's definitely make project that I want. 100% sure of this. And you're telling me that... What? This doesn't make any sense. You're building? How the... Just noticed the Friday shirt. Nice shirt. And sweatpants. And t-shirt here. I feel inferior. I can never remember how inferior works. Does that mean you feel like you're better than me? Or does that mean you feel like I'm better than you? I can never remember the direction that goes. That word does not make sense to my brain. I have to look it up every time. And then I'm like, why can't I just remember? You better than me. I'm not better than you. Nah, you got the sweatpants on. You've got the casual Friday going on. You're probably better. Right there. Coda fan on YouTube says, Fancy Friday. Check that out. How is that, Coda fan? How's that for YouTube chat response? Trying to keep me on my toes, and bam, I am impressed. Me too. Me too. I am impressed as well. Oh, man. Are you going to build, or are we just going to chill? It is technically moving, I guess. We were on the error handler test a moment ago. Now we're on the registry. I think we're building anyway. Fancy shirt, no pants, best combo. You know it. Business casual. Did we? Are you building? Because I don't feel like you're building. I feel like you got stuck. Should I go wake the Mac up somehow? No machine. Oh, it built. It failed too. Maybe uninitialized. Well, if it's maybe uninitialized, let's maybe ignore it. That's an error? How did Shake Soda just build this? Because I didn't do anything with STB Forbis. Probably turned fatal warnings off. Okay, we're gonna turn. Guessing you turned. Fatal warnings off. I can't build on Mac. Warning, so. Well, also, due to this, but didn't. Since when? Actually, no. Turtle Brains has always had that fatal flag. How do we just fail this build? That was the only change we made was recently when we did it to Turbo Boom. Turtle Brains has always had the fatal flag. We never turned that off. And yet, Xcode / whatever Xcode uses for a compiler underneath is like, oh ho! Maybe something updated? That's plausible. It's plausible it updated. Yeah, exactly. Cross-platform dev. Things working just fine on one system. Be like, nope. Why are you doing GCC? No, something is sus. We shouldn't be using GCC. Unknown warning group. Oh, that's our problem. Because you're not GCC. Okay, we're looking for STB Vorbis C. I probably messed this up somehow. I'm just gonna look for it in the Windows Windows thing, STB Vorbis is gonna be in the engine, audio, impl. Yeah, I found it. Just didn't click on the right thing. Disable the warnings we can't do anything about in third-party code. Yeah, can you see? If not deft web. You don't know about this one somehow, but you know about all those? Like, none of those failed? If not defined. Hmm? If not defined TB web. I don't know why Mac doesn't want to be here. And not defined TB Mac OS. Shouldn't make that change over here when we're gonna have to just make it again. Gotta fix it on the right platform, guys. Where are we? We're in Turbo Boom. So I want to open out of build, out of Turbo Boom, into Turtle Brains, into source Turtle Brains. Source Turtle Brains audio implementation. STB Vorbis. Boom. Not bad, huh? Not bad at all, I'd say. Okay. Do you somehow build now? Can't imagine you do, but oh my god, you're so slow. I've hit enter already. So slow. Wow, that built a lot faster this time. Those are like 100 times faster than we went through this last time. That's good. We did get stuck on test registry again, though. That slows it down a little. Stingray is thinking. So while we compile, how you guys doing? What you working on today? Are you missing the if def GCC to cover in the pragma? Nah? I mean, GNUC is what I've got. But we should have been seeing issues on all of these if that were the issue. Okay. It was only this one that was the issue. All the other diagnostic ignores are fine, but that one was a problem. Now we gotta do it with, Can I just open you? Nah, we can't do that. Of course we can't just do that. So we're opening up Turtle Brains dependencies. Open a new terminal. Wait for it. Okay, so we're gonna open up code back to Turtle Brains. Are you gonna type for me or? Whew, that was fun. Source Turtle Brains dependencies. I am GUI. Why do you keep disappearing on me? That's weird. Excuse me, got the hiccups now. I am Guizmo. I am Guizmo. I am GUI. I am Guizmo. I am Guizmo CPP. I see what we did here. Or defined TB Mac OS. Build. When the hell does build come from? I'm guessing we got lucky the fact that this is in a CPP and not a header. Okay, so those ones are done. So that's I am Gizmo. Was there another one? Got STB image right. We're gonna need to probably do that one. It's highly recommended to use this instead. Highly recommended. How did this stuff break? Maybe uninitialized? Why did they get rid of the That's what broke. Why did that suddenly just... I wonder how Shake Soda built this. I also wonder how we built it not that long ago. I'm guessing there was an update and the Xcode tools updated. It's my best guess at the moment. That's annoying that we have to deal with these. Unused variable view to projection in my test kit. GCC usually grabs those on Linux. Are we for some reason not building over there now? Oh, let's go check that one. Visual Studio Code, VS Code. We'll go to Turbo Boom on Rhino rather. I keep calling this thing Hippo, and I know its name is Rhino. It's been Rhino for like 7 months. 7 months at least. So at what point am I going to start figuring out when to call it Rhino? I don't know. I am going to Turbo Boom, get status, get pull rebase preserve. CD into Turtle Brains, get pull rebase preserve. CD into ice. Get pull rebase preserve. CD into track builder. Okay, so all of those are updated. CD back to Turbo Boom. CD into build and make project development for Linux, obviously. Let's go. Out of line definition, copied devices mask does not match any declaration. Good morning, Donald. How are you? First of the week. So I'm pretty sure it's first. It is the first of the week. That's a slow week. I have been not copying them, right? Facts. Yeah, it's been a week. Hashtag week 174 of the adventure. 2025-01-27 is when it started. Okay, Donald. I'm good, thanks. How are you? I'm doing good. 49 month resub. Thank you very much. Adding a date to these weeks was a good call. Glad you like it. I didn't do that for a long time. Yeah, it's the only way I can actually go with, I may have missed one or two from before, like switching to Monday. So we might actually not be on the right week number, but it doesn't matter too much if we're off a week or so. I did almost miss a week. At least once. Ow. Ow. Why are you acting as if TB Windows is defined? Oh. Right in between my shoulders. It feels like my spine wants to do the finger popping thing, but it doesn't want to pop. Don't feel good either. One comes and goes, you know how it is. Or maybe you don't. Are you going skiing today? No, it would be next week. And also that is on a, it may or may not happen at the moment, but that is going to be a next week thing. Yeah, I won't be streaming that Friday at all if that's going to happen, but there's something that might delay it. Let's put it that way. VS print Fs is deprecated. Did you update, Mac? Did something happen? Because you're all of a sudden not liking a lot of things. Yeah. Set what button you want. NS button momentary light. Button type switch. You guys just like renaming things, I'm telling you. Are we using the wrong... Oh, good gosh. No. First deprecating 1014. Please use metal and metal kit. This is the first time we're seeing these errors. Literally first time I've ever seen these errors. This doesn't make any sense. Something's going on. I know that Mac isn't supporting OS OpenGL. I'm not shocked that, oh my god, Mac's not supporting OpenGL. I have understood that for years. What I am shocked about is we've been building it for years without any form of even a warning that I had noticed. I will add that little caveat on there. And yet now it's giving us errors. We can't build turtle brains. This is interesting because Shake Soda just built it 2 days ago. We haven't changed that much. I built it last month. Maybe not even a whole month ago. I'm guessing that's what's happened. I'm not aware of one, but I am totally, that is my suspicion, is that an update has happened. I do not know how to proceed. I guess I'm going to proceed by hope that what I did worked. It looks like they've gotten rid of that wrapper now, based on what I'm seeing, and I can say if that is the case, we are gonna put an end immediately to macOS support. As I understood it, they were gonna keep this little wrapper. I can definitely tell you, I ain't gonna go implement Turtle Brains on Metal for the maybe 2 or 3% of players on Steam. Not at least until we start making some actual money. I'll absolutely do it if I'm actually making some money on a project, but those 2 to 3% aren't going to save the business. On the contrary, they might actually wind up killing the business if we wind up spending 6 months trying to support Metal, right? I'm not saying it would take 6 months, but I'm just saying it's not free. It could be a deprecated flag. I'm not going to be looking into it right now. That's definitely not high on my my Mac must have updated. I don't remember my Mac updating. Is there like a C Mac OS version terminal? Just in case this is something I shouldn't show, I'm going to go to secrets. You never know when something like this shows more than it should. That's absolutely fine. Mac OS 13.7, and you're talking about 14? 10.14. So maybe I have. How's it going, Bad Cop? Or Sarah? You never answered yesterday. Which one you prefer? Justin asked you. Oh, I don't. Oh, IDC. Okay. No, I understand what I don't care is LOL. Lots of love. Laugh out loud. Lots of love. Bad cop is. Bad cop's gonna murder me soon. Okay. Well, I'm gonna tell Shake Soda this. So basically, well, I guess my MVP updated, and I can't build for macOS right now. Also, the warnings Also, there are I want to get a full core. Let's go with from here all the way up to here. That's a full warning. That's annoying timing for Shake's work, especially since Shake tends to like working on Mac OS more than Windows. But I think Shake is still building. Hold on a moment. Do you run Mac build on Windows? No. I'm connected to my MacBook Pro through VS Code. SSH'd. Check messages above. You can do this if Apple define GL. Yeah, I will. I'll put that in my notes. I'm not pushing myself further on this. First, Shake Soda knows Mac stuff a lot better than me. Second, this didn't feel like it was an actual just deprecation error, but it is just a deprecation error, so yeah. Also, they appear to be getting louder about deprecation errors. My end. So I'm confused. You got building. Perhaps the update. Too realistic graphics will be updated. Graphics will be outdated in a few years. Yeah. I need to define. Where is the define now? GL silence. Deprecation. Deprecation. And handle bunch other stuff. Probably a day of error hunting. It's more than just this one. If it was just the GL one, I'd go do it. But it's more than just this one. I was gonna ask why your host name is Stingray instead of a car. And then I realized I'm dumb. Yeah, but I do use animal names for my computers. Macs tend to be marine animals. I do foods. I like that. I like that. I can get behind foods. I have error hunting due to the amount of fatal things I'm seeing. More than just this GL issue. So, basically my intended message here is I have updated hot reloading stuff to C++ 17, and it should just work on Mac OS. This has only been tested. Has only been tested on Windows because of the above issues. Since you are already building, let's just hope. Let's just hope it works. C++ 17 is 8 years old, by the way. Uh-huh. that gives it 8 years to kind of solidify and make a nice Nice, nice usable surface, right? I don't want to make this a short stream. I don't want to have to go to... Somebody want to do the taxes for me? Here's what you have to do. You have to bring stuff to my accountant. You have to communicate with the accountant with any questions he has and answer them. Yeah, I'm not paying you $20,000. It was you that said the $20,000, right? There was somebody I asked yesterday and I said $20,000. I think it was you. I could be confused. Nope, I said it was free. Okay. But I'll charge for the impending... Ah, yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, I think I like your method. Yeah. Send me the tax info. I'll do it for free. But when you get audited, and it's gonna happen, that's when I charge. Yeah. Okay, I'm done with macOS for the day. At least. Ugh. That's not cool. Next is... What is on our today list? What are the other things we're going to do? That's an old version of Turbo Boom. Does anybody want to watch me play the old version of Turbo Boom? We should have this working. Can't test it, but it should be working. I have 2 hours left. This task may take longer than 2 hours. It may not, but it may. This one's a likely candidate taking longer than that. I say I punt that until later. Let's jump to the writing here. Yep, we did some writing in C++. Now let's do some writing on this technical article. I got 2 hours that we can do. 2 hours and maybe 15 minutes. Let's see how much writing we get done in that period of time. Hopefully we can finish the article, maybe? That'd be something. You have a blog with articles? I post randomly and in various places. I should keep them all on my personal blog too. I'm really bad at that. Last post on my personal blog was 2021. It's been a while. My 4Ks. And those have nothing to do with tech. But yeah, you can find hiking stuff and tech stuff in here. Game dev and hiking is what this little... hardly call it a blog, but one of the articles that people really liked was Discord bot. Yep, that's the one. Well, okay, this is the one. People really like this one. And I'm trying to basically do a similar article to this. Oh, it's going to be a way deeper dive. This was much shorter than I remember it. Oh my god. How many pages is this when we write it up? Please tell me a lot. Where is my draft? Building a prefab system. Please tell me a lot of pages. Okay, so from page 21 to... It's probably not going to be that big on our text. Can you give me... Yeah, we need to... just paint it. Paint it all. Yeah, we're gonna lose a little bit of time, little bit of space for the bold headers, but it'll be good enough. 3 pages. That article is 3 pages long, ish. Good to know. Article number 1 is 2.5 pages long. That's about same. Article 2 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh yeah, Article 2 is gotta need to be broken up. 7 pages long for Article 2. Yep. I did think that Article 2 needed to be broken up. I don't know how we're gonna break it up. Ugh. I mean, it does have a bunch of little code examples in here, which is something that was important to me. This image probably not done. This area not done. But if you're new here, I built my own prefab system, similar to that in Unity. If you don't have any idea what that is, it's a very, very complicated copy and paste system that will track when you modify the original thing and all the instances get updated too. Is effectively the elevator pitch of how it works. No lie, the most challenging technical thing I've done in my entire career. And right now we're writing the article on test-driven development, and basically how I would not have been able to do this without it. So first, we want to joke about this, right? Okay, let's start right there with that joke. I'm thinking of going with there was a time at the beginning of this project where I wasn't going to use test-driven development from here on TDD. Because I simply couldn't understand why tests are needed if I just write perfect code the first time. If one simply does not write a bug, that's probably just driving it too far. I'm trying to bring in my, I'm trying to bring this in up there. An independent game developer who streams Twitch. Did we do that as a new transition already? We did do that as a new transition already. Although I can't say that this transition is good. This transition doesn't have one, in fact. This needs to work its way in up here. Where's my to-dos? To-do. This whole intro. Oop. To do. This whole intro needs work. Including a small call. Including a quick link. Quick Twitch link. And such. Whatever. You can figure this out, Tim. I believe in you. This whole area. It's gross. That's not what we're focusing on today. Today we're focusing on this article. There's supposed to be 5 of them. There's supposed to be 5 articles. We're on 3. How's it going, Leaky? Good morning. Rocket League before work? TGIF, indeed. I gotta go do, I gotta go do taxes. So I gotta leave early. Whoop! Whoop! Look at that! TGIF subs. Yeah, League Geek. In with a 33-month resub. Thank you very much. TGLG. Yeah. Okay. If I just write perfect code the first time, taxes don't sound like a fun Friday activity. Huh. Well, it's a little bit better than what I was doing yesterday, I can tell you. Yesterday, I wouldn't say I was panicking, but I wasn't far from it. It's basically about as much as I typically panic, so let's go with that as panic. I was definitely stressed. Significant stress. My accountant seems to got my back. I really hate jumping in on like the last minute, literally last minute. But they seem to be okay with it, so probably gonna pay a little extra for like a rush delivery thing. Just, it is what it is. But yeah. Ugh. I'm just annoyed that the IRS doesn't have like, here's your PDF file, fill it out and send it to who you need to. Why does that not exist? What? Things I won't understand. I mean, I do understand it on some level, but I also don't, so because I simply couldn't understand why tests are needed. When one can simply write perfect code the first time. That's too easy for them. No, that's too easy for me. It's like, it's the TurboTax and all of the big tax thingies going for trying to keep them as inaccessible so that people go to them, which I understand how that happens, but it's stupid. When one can simply write perfect code the first time. The viewers of my stream, however, challenged me to write tests anyway. The viewers on my game development stream development stream. Maybe development stream. It's a little smaller. Viewers on my development stream, however, challenged me to write tests anyway. And am I ever glad I listened? Okay, so we're stretching some truths here. Whatever. To rights. And I am certain this was a requirement in completing the most difficult and technical challenge. Yeah, this is not the right word. Most difficult and technical challenge of my career. Most technical challenge of my career. Sure, let's go with that. Okay. Now we gotta give a very, very, very quick and brief intro to what the project was, the prefab system. And and the series that we're writing in general, just in case somebody stumbles on this article first. Right? That's how it works, I think. I don't know. I built my own prefab system. For a custom level editor. Similar to the system in Unity or how scenes work in Godot. If you're familiar with those. Otherwise, check out Article 1. Check out the first article. Check out the first article. Oof, that's a long one. First article in the series. Learn more about the prefab system and why I built it. Yeah, I like that. Prefab system and why I built it. So that would be our link right here. Pink. Question mark. How do we get in Article 2? Check out the first or second articles. That's dumb. Otherwise, check out the first article to learn more about the prefab system, why I built it, or the second article for some of the tech choices. Okay, we're talking about a lot of the iterators and stuff in there. for the tech overview. Okay, well, there you go. Now we've linked in first and second article. I don't think we're going to do that for all of them. We will link back to the first article in all of them, but I felt like this one made sense to... I mean, that's 3 links in 2 paragraphs. That's probably not great. Okay, so we have done this joke now. Not strictly necessary for this article, but I think it's a good start. Maybe. Maybe. It's a weird transition here. I don't like my transition, but let's just write the bulk of this and we can try finding new transition points or such as we go. We want to introduce what this article is going to be talking about. This is basically the state of what I know about test-driven development. I don't think that's super important. I think we need to very quickly state that I'm self-taught, but I don't think it needs like a whole section on it. Create a mock. Dive into the senior. Should we do that here? Or should we do this one first? This kind of relies on the mock game directories, but this is not in order. Reason to remain consistent. Okay, so I still it feels so weird to be like in this article. Topics like, yeah, we need to do a lot better than that. But you should know the flow of how it's going to work, too. I just need to get into, like... Okay, we need to find a takeaway from the reader's perspective. After reading this... you'll understand how mocking well, a little bit of mocking. I didn't go deep into mocking, but how mocking can we got a lot of mocking crap. This is mocking, these are mocking, those are mocking. And technically I guess this isn't quite mocking, but that's consistency. Creating expected. Just get started, Tim. Maybe we can just ignore this bit and just start writing, and then we'll come back and do this after. To do. Excuse me. Write an intro for the article that covers tells the reader what it covers and why they care. Why they car? Why they car? Okay. After reading this, you'll understand some stuff. Maybe. I'm mostly self-taught. Mostly? I'm just straight up mostly. Oop. I am self-taught. With test-driven development. And have also taken the path of building my own test suite. Is that what you would call that? Testing suite, because how hard could that be? I might not be... There are days where I wonder, probably don't want to say that, not on Twitch anyway. There are days where I wonder if I just like struggling. Because I certainly tend to put myself into that spot often. Like, do I just enjoy that? Because how hard could that be? Maybe just how hard could that be? Something feels weird about this. How hard is that? Maybe that's what it is. It's supposed to be a little more punchy than it is. It's not feeling as punchy as I want. Overall, it's basically just some error detection and reporting. After all, it's basically detecting and reporting error condition, or a condition. A condition be an error. And unexpected? Of course you want to be up here. Of course you want to be down here. Reporting a condition. Yeah, reporting an unexpected condition. Let's just go with unexpected condition. That's the smooth way to writing that. That's easy enough with an if. Yeah, let's just go with this. Period. Okay, so we've quickly stated I'm self-taught. this whole article, and I didn't even touch on the data. We're definitely going to need to split this. Otherwise, we need to add another section to it somewhere that is... Or we should add an oversight or another section. This is supposed to be the point that you go if you wanted to build your own. You kind of see all the moving parts. And one of the moving parts that's lacking is the data resource table. And resource tables are kind of important for this. At least in the overview area. To do this article really should mention the data resource table / management area. Okay, we're going to go ahead and assume that that's going to happen, but then we need to add a to-do in case that assumption breaks. This is obviously garbage. As of right now. After all, it's basically detecting and reporting an error condition. To do the above needs to correctly relate data resource table to Article 2, whether written or skipped. Correctly relate. Written or skipped. Sure, let's do that. After all, it's basically detecting in Article 2. We skipped over or we discussed this is basically the purple bit that I'm talking about right here. We skipped over or discussed, talked about, covered, or briefly covered. Let's go with that one. Or briefly covered. There'd be a better wording there for sure. The data resource table. Resource management. For the prefab system? track builder. Yeah, for the prefab system, I don't like calling it the prefab system all the time, but yeah, anyway, the resource management for the prefab system. We either need to write about this data thing, or if you remember, come on, Pop, you can do it. You can't do it. Oh. He didn't do it. He didn't pop. Need new music, turtles. Let's do new music. Oh, we've written something. That's good. Something has been written. The resource manager for the prefab system. Complicated system that, in hindsight, is a system with the joys of hindsight. With the joys of hindsight. That, with joys of hindsight, I would have approached differently. Sorry, my email went off and I'm currently on like high alert, hoping that it was the accountant saying, "We're open now." I assure you, if they send me an email earlier than my time of leaving, which is I'm going to be off this computer at 7:30, so I can clean off my car and get to their office probably before the time they open, but by like 5 minutes. That's my intent, is to get there 5 minutes before they open, so that I can just hand them the stuff and they can do their thing, and no more no more waiting. Give them as much time as I possibly can, given I've already giving them the last minute thing. This stuff has to go out by 5 p.m. tonight or something like that. I don't know. TurboTax has this awesome countdown for you if you need to see it. Okay, sure. You're not gonna show it. When you search for 1099 time left. Okay, you're not. There you go. This one does. I saw this on TurboTax as well. 18 hours. We got 18 hours? That's plenty of time, right? Yeah. Where are we going? Trying to do this right here. I'm a self-taught with test-driven development, and also have taken the path of building my own test suite, because how hard could that be? There are probably a few things one could learn from my efforts. I don't want to put efforts. The reader, you. We learn from my effort is dumb. Like we learn from how's learn at least a thing or two from my discoveries. Yeah, no, it's got to be more like Like a struggle from my struggles. There you go. From my struggles. My struggles. Possibly even a why to use a test suite. No. I wanted to give you an actual learn a thing or two. Learn what thing or two. Learn at least a thing or two. You should have something more written. For my struggles. Okay, this is the transition point. In Article 2, we skipped over or briefly covered the resource management. Okay. In Article 2, we briefly covered. Or in past articles, we skipped over. There you go. This needs to get fixed. That's what I'm talking about. Whoa. That's not what I was talking about, though. Okay. Skipped over the resource management for the prefab system. This is a system that, with joys of hindsight, I would have approached differently or skipped altogether. The advantage I wanted. The feature it was adding. The envisioned advantage. That's too many big words. Dissolved. Yeah, that's not readable because of that. The advantage I envisioned. Dissolved with other choices. The choices forced by time constraints. I don't think that says what I wanted to say. Basically, I changed direction. The advantage I envisioned dissolved. And time constraints changed the direction, leaving the data resource table half implemented. Half implemented? Maybe not half implemented. Half as powerful. That's probably better. Okay, we got to jump into code real quick here, which we're working towards. Okay. Later advantage, I data resource table was intended to monitor the files and monitor the files such that that renaming or moving a file would be seamless to a developer. It would just work. Maybe someday I revisit this area. This idea. One of the tests I wrote, which junior developer problem are we actually writing about? That's a thing we should probably know. Whoa! You didn't build. Hold on, what? Lamp magnitude, unused function. Okay, I would have expected you to have built. Why aren't we building? Anonymous clamp magnitude, unused function. Clamp magnitude, unused function. What the hell is clamp magnitude if it's part of vector 3? Rocket launcher, it's all in rocket launcher. Code, that's not what we want to type this though. Code, source, entities, rocket launcher, CPP, clamp magnitude. Okay. Do we build now? Didn't realize we didn't build. I know we didn't actually finish checking this because I'm smart like that. 6 a.m. I'm gonna need food before then. To work my way backwards. I want to leave here by 8 at the latest. I have to clean off the car. 7:45. I have to leave by 7, so stream end 7 o'clock. 1 hour left. Turbo Boom, shader manager, undefined reference to. Didn't you build the engine? Excuse me? Why don't we have like a... I need to do something about Linux not doing the IDE stuff where it also builds turtle brains and everything else. That's not very fun to have to switch over to turtle brains build and do the make Make turtle brains. Like, I don't like having to do this for a turtle brains ice track builder and then go to the project when I make an engine change. Maybe someday I revisit this idea. Oh, that's what we were trying to do. That's how we got here. It's not in Turbo Boom. We need to open up Track Builder, Visual Studio, do Track Builder, CD to ice, build, make ice. Huh? How are you not one of the first things here? You just opened, sir. Confused. Okay. And now we are here. This is where we are now. Yeah. Here we are, chat. Boom, boop, boop, boop. Well, I now know where we are. This request looks like it's automated. Are you high? Apparently you gotta yell at X these days. Where's the blue sky? That's tire bites. We probably want to go to Tim. That's the one. That's the one right here. And now, I now know where we are. Programming, game dev, whatever. Posta. You are here. We should definitely make some of those, huh? Before and after resolve conflict. Resolve conflict test. Okay, let's read through this test a little bit. Okay, let's not read that one. So, junior developer created a file and started doing some more work. They pulled the repository and senior developer had created an identical resource with a different key. That resource should cause the resource table to have a conflict. This is a weak test. It's actually running though. It's not disabled, so this is actually happening. That should cause the resource table to have a conflict, and in this state, the junior key is the real entry into the master, while the senior key is the conflicting key. The junior developer panics and calls the senior developer over for help, who realizes the situation is dire. Oh man, I absolutely need more of this story writing while we when we write unit tests in the future. This is good. I think we've skipped this section. One might think that we expect this to be senior key since the senior key file is invoked, but nope. Okay. Junior developer panics and calls senior developer over for help. Tim realizes the situation is dire. They decide to solve the conflict by using the senior wheel key, which the master table doesn't actually hold, due to a conflict occurring when the junior wheel key was added and found. Not quite first, but you do get a point for third. Congratulations. Third? What? Yeah, you're late. Been live for 3 hours. 3 hours, and you expect to get first? Yeah, I've been sleeping. I've been awake like a normal person. I've been coding like a normal person. Normal people do both of those things. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not, but coding at 3 a.m. is not normal. I didn't say anything about that. I said I've been coding like a normal person. You said you've been sleeping like a normal person. Doesn't matter like when you sleep. Also, it's not 6 a.m. for you. It's like noon. Dude Sword. Did you see that Ludum Dare? That's old news. It might be coming back. 11 a.m. See? Noon, basically. Basically noon. Yeah, it might be coming back, actually, is what I've last heard. I don't know the truth on that, but I do know that there's been some donations and such, and I'm guessing that's helping resolve whatever things there are. Yeah. I think there needs to be more than one in the group, but I also understand how it can be tiring, and yeah. I understand both sides of this coin. I'm just glad to have done the 10 years consecutively. What am I trying to read here? We're trying to figure out what... Okay, so we got the resolve conflict. This isn't quite the one I had in mind. Get, move, rename. This is changed from just move. Move and rename. Data resource table. After working for a little bit, the developer pulls the project, and Great Wheel moved to Super Wheel, including the meta file. The rescan should figure this out with proper keys. That's not it then. There's a particular senior junior developer, and we might have actually got it the first time with a conflict. I remember that being a little bit more in depth than that one. Resave conflict. This might be the one. This test is not going to be fun. The developer opens Track Builder and creates a few prefabs. Saves the track file. Track Builder is then closed and reloaded, opening the same track. The developer realizes they made a mistake and unpacks one of the prefabs. Adds another component, changing the size and hash. Most important. Probably important. And saves the prefab over the old file. This will cause the resource key conflict. No idea how the test will handle this. Did we disable this test? This test does not look like it's disabled. Developer opens and creates Bella. Spectator, prefab along with a racetrack. This is one of the later tests we added. So this is not a senior. Yeah, this is not the one I'm thinking of, but it's probably an important test, especially based on this documentation up here. Oof. Yeah, so it's got to be this one. It's got to be the conflict one we first stumbled upon, which is at least technically still here, but it's not as documented as I remember. It's also using the old style stuff. Although that probably makes more sense. It's just gonna be a whole lot harder to write about because wheels are hard to track. Spectators and names are so much easier. Even when I know like the hierarchy of a steel wheel is worse than an aluminum wheel and so on that I was doing, or this great and special, it just didn't do it right. Replacement key. Okay, so that's the one we're gonna write about. But one of the tests simulated two separate developers, simulated a junior developer, creating a conflict of sorts. How do we create that conflict? I should have caused this to be in a junior developer created a file and started working. Simulated two developers creating the same file. Creating an asset, same file path. And one of them getting a conflict. Ooh. Maybe someday I revisit this idea. Well, for now, the important is the resources are managed more than just the relative file path. The resources are managed Are they UUIDs underneath the hood? I don't think they are, actually. They might be. Yeah, you get a resource key, which is a UUID. Are managed and referenced by a resource key rather than file path. Again, I wish hindsight. Again, I wish foresight matched hindsight. Had the powers of hindsight. This means when two developers create an asset, the same file path, on different machines, there will be two different resource keys. I create a conflict. How do I want to word this? I create a conflict when pulled. When junior developer, we're just going to blame it on the junior developer. When the junior developer pulls from source control. Okay. I don't know if I like how I wrote all of that, but let's just keep on writing for the moment. We can always come back and edit. Okay. With the codes. I can't give you all of this. So this whole thing from here down is our test. What can we get out of? What can we remove, rather? Geez, you're still having issues? Code, source, ICE, graphics, ICE shader, manager, CPP, line 257. Are you sure about line 257? Because that don't look like you have what? Here you are. Pound else. TB unused. Shader directory. We're just going to do it in here so I can watch that kind of while we do this. Okay, we want to drop everything that's not useful. Basically going to minimize this. All right, get rid of that. Not necessary here, I think. Could just use this in place of that. Okay, I don't know what's necessary here, but we're going to get rid of as much as we can. Create the mock game directory. This is our mock game directory. Is that the only place these are used? Yes. No, I put you there. I don't need to save. So copy whatever we need down into here. I believe we're going to need the super wheel, but... we expect a file to exist. Just delete everything that's not needed. A file is good enough. Junior wheel. Created a file and did some work. How do you what? You're not gonna be able to distill this into like a handful of lines, Tim. I mean, impossible. Error? What do you mean error? Oh, that's a copy. We don't care about that. That error is fine. We need to get it fixed someday, but track builder build. Make. There's no make track builder. Make project. Build. Email? Not one that I'm not a useful one for me. We can definitely get rid of these. I just call it mock file. Super wheel. Show local. C development temporary. This is going to be called. How the hell do you get a Dart file? What is a Dart file even? We're going to call this conflict test example. Call it CPP so we keep the highlighting. What am I looking for? We're making sure that it's still built. Right, okay. Meanwhile, we'll just destroy whatever we can. So you don't need to see the mock file. You'll see that a little later. This goes away then. That means when we create this, we definitely need to create this. Mock file. Super wheel. Okay. So far, that's everything we need. Probably need these two things. Call this master table now. Expect the meta path to exist. We gotta save a mock meta file. This should cause a conflict. Create mock game directory, set up the master table. Okay, there you go. That's our first bit of code. I can explain what this bit of code does in our test. The second bit of code has to extend down to here. That should have caused the resource. We do not want to post this mess. How can we clean this mess up? So we don't need to give them comments because we're going to be commenting in the article. But I'm going to keep the comment here so I know what happened. Master resource table, get mutable. So we're just calling this master table now. Doesn't matter. Scan for changes. Data resources. Old resource, new resource. Single mesh key. This needs to change. Mock file super wheel. So if we do this, Mock file. Race car mesh. Crap. Probably got a few more of those to do as we scan down through this. We're just going to make sure it makes sense. I wanted more than one thing here because it feels weird when it's not just the one thing. Okay, so these little bits of codes comes over here. And then we gotta, you know, format and all. Above simulates the new junior developer. Having opened a project, open to the project, and created a super wheel mesh. Maybe we get rid of the super. I don't think there's anything special about the super in this area. We've just been calling it super and it's extra words. Yeah, I think that's very wise to do. I want to... like, length over here is quite tricky. So we're gonna get rid of super. Okay, that works. Okay, cool. We got one bit of this done. Woo! Hmm. Junior wheel, invalid key. Should probably not do it while it's big, huh? Probably gonna change it a little bit as we do that. Lock file, wheel mesh. We're keeping that master table. Get rid of the super here. That's better. Hey! We did something. We got some code in this article finally. Above simulates a junior developer having opened the project with a wheel mesh asset they just created. This asset has not been created and not yet committed to source control. Section that follows in the section that follows, the senior developer I created an asset that also created an asset and committed created a wheel asset. Already committed it. Committed / pushed. Yeah, just leave it. Already same file path. Okay. CD2 Turbo Boom build. So in our second area, that's this. In the section that follows, junior developer pulls from source control and receives wheel asset of the same file path. Same file path from the senior developer. I'll just go with that. From the senior developer. Junior wheel key can't match senior wheel key. Guess we got to do it the old split line garbage. I hate the split line garbage, but there he is. Oh, I'm an idiot. We don't need to do that because this goes away. Okay, I just had a one of those moments of why am I telling anybody about this? Doesn't how does it fit into the bigger picture here? What's your takeaway? This bit's just kind of storytelling with some code in it. That's fun. I mean, the takeaway, I suppose, is telling this story so that I can dive into this bit. This bit is kind of important for me to express. I don't know if it's going to be something that's going to be super valuable to the reader, but I want to express, and I guess the valuable point to the reader is there are times when test-driven development can save you, even when the situation is too complicated to see at once. That is, I think, a great usage of test-driven development, but I guess that's the value of these 2 points. No one's going to see what actually happened in the development of certain lines. What if I did this? What if I said, I mean, you get bold, sure. How if we get bold and we're not going to be able to change colors and other things? At least, unless we take pictures. If we take pictures, we can do whatever we want. That's what I've done in the past. That's why I think what we did in this one. Yeah, we took pictures. We did not. We wrote that. Huh? How come I hit back and I go here? That's just odd. So I literally wrote you with Markdown. Okay. 15 minutes. What can we get done in 15 minutes, turtles? Let's keep moving. Test we are writing. Expects the master table. We need to do a scan first. Rescan for changes. Test we are writing expects the master table. Expects the master table to That's how we need to change this. Instead of writing as an example, we need to write it as if we are writing it now. Yeah, that's where I went wrong. We can get there. Can we hit the right button? To do. The right above should introduce the following as if we are going to write a test for the special edge case, rather than just say it existed. Then the following should be written as if for the first time, taking the reader along with us. With any decisions. The test we are writing expects the master table to be able to find the conflict, to detect find the conflict, and that the keys would match those. Okay. For sake of the test, any source control conflicts are hand waved as if there were none. Any source control conflicts when Junior pulled are hand waved as if the files were a direct match. I don't know if that's actually a possible thing. If Dude Sword made a file and committed source control, sent me that file through Discord, I took that file and I put it exactly where it will come in to the project in that source control, and then I pull. Would we wind up with like a conflict situation, or will we wind up with it all matched and boom, there you go, nothing happens? Either way, we're going to hand wave it for this particular part of the article, but because that's what I've done when I wrote the test. But that's an interesting point I had never considered. For sake of Or hand wave. Just leave it there. Hand waving any source control when Junior pulls the changes, pulls the file. I don't know. Probably in multiple places, probably sections of him in different places. I don't know. I'm definitely thinking about doing it on dev.2, but I think I'm also going to be putting it on my own blog this time thereafter. I actually kind of thought we did do this one on my own blog. When was it? 2019? Actually, maybe we did do it on my own blog then. Oh, I actually thought that was newer than... Well, let's look at 2019. What month? November. December? Okay, so that is, no, we did not post this one on my blog. December, November, October? Did not. Okay, where am I writing this? Where would you like to see them? Where would you think they should go? I guess would be a good question for me to ask. The test we are writing expects master table to find the conflict and keys. We are hand waving any source control conflicts when Junior pulls the file. So the data resource table. Needs some function like rescan, and the test needs to be able to confirm how do you have the new and old? I do have a new and an old, right? I had an old and a new. How did you come up with that? Huh, how did you come up with that? I know, conflicting. Rescan for changes. Scan for new. Changes from null into internal change. Wouldn't that be for new resources? Modified resource callback. Callback invalid to new. Got it. So that is exactly how I thought that was going to work. Find missing. Find missing, resource missing. Oh my god, this is such a messy area. Having nightmares. Excuse me, I'm having nightmares. My code is haunting me. I don't think we're going to get this finished today. considering I'm getting off now. I mean, we got what, a page and a half written with some code in there. We did this, so I guess we can change them to green when they're done. We've started this. We got this part done. The hell happened to what? Can we pick the same color on both of those? That's great, thank you. Oh my goodness. I hope this does what I'm hoping it's going to. I hope it helps somebody. Hope at least one person enjoys reading this. This is a bigger undertaking than I think I initially thought. I probably thought it was going to be like 10 pages of writing. 2 to 3 pages at most. Like 3 is a long shot for an article. And it looks like I mean, Article 2 is monstrous. Article 3 is looking like it's probably going to be about as big. It's probably too big. Rockadoodle, I know you have raid and run, so have a good run. I'm actually about to run myself. We're gonna go do a double raid. Because I gotta go do some taxes today, and that involves cleaning off my car, a bunch of snow on it. Getting a couple other things prepared, and then driving myself over to the accountant. Woo. Which means I've got to head out myself because it is now 7 a.m. So who are we going to raid? It's been a while since we've done Toggle Bit. You guys want to raid Toggle Bits? Leos Labs. Leos is back, huh? Let's go Toggle Bit. Sound good? Please copy and paste the raid message. Make it loud and noisy. And as always, turtles, until later, have a good one. Enjoy.